Hello, my name is Luisa Jackowska, and I am one of the organizers of the business promotion contest Bizness24 Hours 2022, and I am happy to open this year's contest. Even though this time has been filled with various challenges and we are all forced to constantly change our learning environment, I am glad that this event, which usually brings together hundreds of participants, can also continue this year. Today, within the framework of Business 24 Hours, we will implement the third case study in 14 years, which has already become a tradition of the contest. This year, we have established a special cooperation with the company Swedbank. And in the case study of the company, we will have to think what for us as a future entrepreneurs would help to start our own business. We will have to think what our business from the range of banks' possible services and to try to create an idea for a startup product or service. Today, in 24 hours, you will learn about the key aspects that every entrepreneur must consider when creating new products. Not only will you learn the aspects, but you will also try them by yourself. I hope that in the last few days, you have become an entrepreneur and have submitted your homework. But if not, right now is the best time to do it, because today, as young entrepreneurs, you will think of aspects that will help you create a more comfortable business environment. Throughout the day, you will have to complete the tasks we have prepared, which will help you find a solution to today's problem from different points of view. Although we are far away and I do not see any of your faces, the Business 24-hour team, together with Swedbank representatives, is available to help you. Representatives of both Swedbank and the BA School of Business and Finance will provide this live stream all day from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. according to Latvia time zone, where an insight into the company as well as an additional information that will help you better perform your tasks will be provided from time to time. That's why I recommend leaving the live stream window open in the background and not closing it so you don't miss anything. However, if you have any specific questions that are not answered during the live stream, we will be waiting for your questions on Facebook Messenger by writing to Bizness24-hour team. We, on the other hand, are waiting for your finished tasks in the Moodle system, where you will find all the given tasks, informative materials, as well as various other useful things. Please note that each task has a specific submission time, and our guests, representatives of both Swedbank and the BA School of Business and Finance, will also speak at specific times. The time schedule is available to you both in the Moodle system and in the contest website. If you haven't already connected to the Moodle system, you will find information how to do it in the team captain's email. But if you are still unable to connect to the system, contact us by the email business24h@ba.lv. Although today you are just starting your way to winning the title of Business Guru 2022, we have prepared 2 additional contests in which you will not have to wait until the end of April to win some prizes. During this day, we encourage you to portray as creatively as possible how you spend this competition day as a team. You can do this by filming a TikTok or Instagram reel video from which you can win useful thermal mugs from the BA School of Business and Finance. Don't forget to place the video on your social media. Or you can make the most creative picture possible of how you are spending your contest day as a team. You can find out more about the rules of the contests on our Business24 Hours Facebook page or in the Moodle system. However, before we begin the contest, I would like to give the floor to the BA School of Business and Finance, Director of the Bachelor's Program, Business Process Management, Lilita Sparane, to give you all some encouraging words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Louise. Thank you. Good morning, dear participants. This is a very special morning today, and I believe that it's not just because it's a very special day today in a calendar. If you may recognize already, it's a 02022022, It's the 2nd of February, so it's kind of lucky date already. So I'm so glad to see you here. And also, this, as Louisa was mentioned, this is 14th year already when we organize this business competition for our future business leaders, business professionals, experts. And last year, we have got, you might recognize already reading our website, that we have got European Commission Award as the European Enterprise Promotion winner 2021. And then our students team decided why we cannot do more. So this year we go from local to global. And thank you very much that you recognize our invitation and our efforts. And I'm so glad that students are doing all this organization stuff by themselves. And thank you to students team. And this is how young generation learn how to do a business, how to organize a huge events. Believe me, during these, I might say 24 hours, and also later on in the second round, you will have a lot of great opportunities to meet business people, to learn a lot of new things, and to apply them in a like real life case. So we are welcome you here, and we are glad that you decided to put your efforts and to try it. And I'm sure that it will leave a lot of good things on your input, on your future life, on your decision-making process. So on the behalf of our rector Liga Pesiniece and the vice rectors Birta Dzerve and Andris Natrinč, and also from my side, I really wish you all the best. Try to do the best what you can do as a team, because nowadays teamwork is very highly evaluated. And don't be afraid to think out the box. Step out of comfort zone. Decide that, yes, we can do that. We can take a decision, and we can also move ahead with our unusual approach, because innovation is happening when people are stepping out of those boxes when they are sitting in. So be brave, stay calm, be innovative. Don't be afraid from anything which comes across these hours and then next months when you will get to the second round. And I hope to see you all then. But also I will see you today in afternoon at 3 p.m. when we will have some session together with you. But before that, I just want to take a glass of water and put your all stress away and just do it, because we have to try, and only then we can succeed. Good luck to all of you.
Huge thanks to the director of the Business Process Management program of BA School of Business and Finance. On this positive and encouraging note, I can say that the competition is now truly open. Now, I am inviting Rudolf Puķīte, Swedbank's Marketing Project Manager, to give us all more information about Swedbank and its industry.
Hello to everybody. I'm not English native speaker, so I hope everything I will say will be consumable for you. But if not, then be sure you will receive the presentation and the materials I will share also later onwards. You know, every day I'm talking with thousands of business people, and I try to be as personal as possible with each of them. I'm not taking all the businesses in Latvia as some kind of foggy crowd. Rather, I see them as baker Arturs, car shop owner Peter, or farmer Madara. So each of them is personality. My role in Swedbank is to be a marketing project manager for businesses. And that's a really exciting, actually, role to fulfill, as I have a responsibility to make Swedbank as something that business people see as personality, as friend, as a cooperation partner, instead of some scary thing as bank. And nowadays, a bank is much more than only having account or credit card or use ATM. It's more like a competence center, a place where you can get advice, and a place and a partner which helps actually your business to prosper. And by that, actually we establish better relationship, and that will be also the huge part of today's task and the competition itself, to make ideas that fulfills this friendship, makes a relationship even stronger, and makes bank as personality more appealing to young entrepreneurs. Okay, I will try to share also a presentation to see some good information. So, small technical thing. Okay, I hope you see it. Yeah, it's a bit weird that I don't see any of you, but let's try to survive as it is. So it's said that people like to know what's ahead, and then they feel much more comfortable than not knowing anything. So let's start with content. What content? What we will talk within this presentation. I will show you actually the assignment at the very beginning, and with that also I will share why it's important, why we need to do the things I will share in the next slide. We will check also the market situation and the current situation Swedbank is at this moment. So we will see the muscles the bank has in a market for businesses. We will check what's actually in Swedbank's offer right now. What do we offer for business owners, and what do they think about it as well? And if we will have enough time, I will share also some insights of bank personality. So as I said, try to look on a bank as a person, and it will make all the task much easier. So the main assignment. Let you read by yourselves at first. I know by my words, how can Swedbank attract new corporate customers, and especially newly established small businesses in this year? So, what kind of services, products, maybe activities, or improvements of existing products could help to do that? And it's much more easier to think about this task if you see every business also as a personality, because actually every kind of business, every enterprise has a real hands. The documents are signed with real hands, in fact, and every business is established by a real person, and is and all the things during the daily life is organized by real people, and therefore don't think in abstract terms. Think about real people, their real needs, their real wishes, and their plans and dreams, and that will make the task much more tangible as well. And think also how Swedbank as the personality can become useful, trustful, beneficial for all the young business people, all the newly established companies. And why it's important, why we need to think about such a thing and do such a task in this this competition. Habits of our daily life, they are kind of rituals, behavior that we perform automatically. Imagine your way to home, your route home every day. For example, if you go from the school, university, you choose some kind of route which most likely will be the same every day. And why it's so? Because you trust the route, because you know it quite well. You know how much time you will spend while you will be commuting. The same thing if you invite friends to your home, some kind of party, and you decide order pizza. Most likely you will take one which you already have tasted at least once, so you know what to expect, what kind of taste it will have, that it will have the right proportion between the price and the quality. And that's normal. Those patterns are human nature, and we tend to repeat the things actually what's work, or the things that we are used to. And the same we can say also about business and bank relationship. It's quite sure if, for example, Peter, who has IC card in Swedbank, and he is now on the stage where he will become a businessman, he will open his account in a Swedbank because he knows the web page, or he has been in a bank, and there is already some kind of relationship between Peter and bank. And there's a great possibility when this account is opened, actually 97% of possibility that Peter will stay with his business account in a bank. And in fact, that's true not only about Swedbank, it's true about every bank that offers this relationship between Peter or Peters and the bank. And so there's this great challenge, how to show to Peters from other banks that actually in a Swedbank there's great possibilities, great possible relationship between his business, between him and the bank. So a little bit about us, about Swedbank, and especially Swedbank for businesses. When we asked to Latvian business people, or the people who own businesses, let's say so, do you know that in a Swedbank you can actually do banking as the business? 100% said yes. So that's the first. I'll take the pointer as well. That's the first column. When we asked how do you use Swedbank for your business, 58% said yeah, we have some things that we do in a Swedbank. and 48% said Swedbank is our main bank. That's the bank we use in our business. Maybe they have some extra accounts in other banks, but the main banking they are doing in a Swedbank. So about others, so 48% use the Swedbank as the main bank. In Latvia, we have 4 big banks. That's Luminor, Citadele, SEB, and the Swedbank. And you see how the market is shared between them. By having 48%, I surely can say that we see the main patterns of Latvia's business world, actually. What they need, how they feel, what they expect. And within those 48%, actually the majority are small companies. So, and by small companies, in a financial world, we understand 0 up to 2 million turnover, yearly turnover. And to be honest, if somebody will call me a small business, if my turnover is 2 million, I would ask, what actually you have achieved in your life. So when you go to home, when you take the route home today, look around. Mainly all the businesses you will see actually fall in this small business segment. Those are businesses maybe with up to 20, 30 people working there. If we zoom in and check from what actually consists this 48% piece of pie, from what kind of businesses and what kind of business segments there are, then there are 3 steps. On a higher step, so the one which is the largest, the 3 segments. So agriculture and retail share the first position. So within agriculture, there is everyone who is growing something, crops or vegetables, doing farming, or fish farming, or even forestry. Everything falls in agriculture. In a retail, so those are business people who buy something and sell something. So small shops, large shops, wholesalers, e-shops, everything falls in this retail. And services, all the waste, all the big field of different kind of services we can imagine. So hairdressers, accountants, car shop owners, you name them. On the second step, with still quite a large part of business, this pie. So those are companies which deal with manufacturing, construction works, transportation. Still quite, if we talk in real numbers, those are still thousands and thousands of companies. And the third step, IT, real estate, and hospitality field enterprises. And over here you see that actually in our portfolio we have such a big variety of different businesses, and each of them actually has his own needs, and they are not the same. The agriculture business needs are not the same as the needs of IT, and that makes our life really interesting. The second thing, actually, that this is like a fingerprint of the view on the business sector in Latvia itself, as we can clearly see that actually by having 48% of the market share, we can, when we see activities that and then macro events that impact the business, they impact actually, we also feel this impact really, really well. The main slide actually in my presentation, what's important for customers, what we see, they care. And it will be easier if you will think about your cell phone, about your mobile phone, and your relationship with that as the relationship between bank and the business on our side. So imagine about the reliability. You have different kind of information in your phone, pictures, numbers, some data. There's even your mobile wallet. So it's convenient to use, but when you want it, and you want to share the information when you want it, not when the device wants to do that. And the same is about the bank. A business needs to feel that the information and the things, not only the money, the information by itself, is in a safe hands, and that we do the business with them without letting to know it to all other competitors who are also doing banking in our bank, for example. Availability. Imagine that the phone you use would be available for you only 1 hour per day. That's insane. The same is about the bank. It should be available 24/7. You know, that's a normality already, because the business has his own rhythm. Maybe someone is doing the business in the night and they have a question to the bank and it should be answered right away. Easy to use. Imagine your phone would weigh a kilo and you would need to use gloves to operate it. Wouldn't be too easy to use. So the same is with the bank, that it should be approachable and understandable and easy to use whenever you need. The next, how many issues, challenges you have solved with the phone call. The same as the bank. We try to solve any issues, any upcoming challenges for our clients. We try to be loyal to our customers and offer better deals if you are our client already. And the thing most likely you expect also by yourself. Price and the quality. Those should be equally managed. You receive adequate quality for the price you pay, and you feel winner for the things when you buy something from us, and you feel as a winner, and we as the bank also feel as a winner doing business with you. And quick response. That's we already touched it. That in nowadays you will not wait for a week, even for days to get an answer. You need right away, because it impacts your business, your future decisions in a business, and a variety of products and services to offer. And the most likely, if you go in a shop and you see only one phone, you will not trust the shop. There must be a variety of them. It's the same as the bank. You need to see a variety of the services and products we offer, even if you don't need them at the moment. So you just see that there is availability if you will need them. Okay. And what we offer for new businesses. So that's in Latvian language, but I will translate. So, sorry. So it says, let me do it myself, and let me choose for my business the most suitable things. We already touched this topic in a previous slide. That person who has decided to make a business step in this challenging, adventurous world, most likely he has his own understanding about the way how the things must be done. And as there are so many different businesses, the fields the business are working, they each need some kind of tailor-made approach. They don't need the same box, the same offer that other business has, because they have their own way, and we try to offer this. We try to treat our customers with this kind of approach by tailoring all the offers and letting them choose actually what they need. For the newly established companies in Latvia, it's most likely that they will start with account and debit card, and maybe some kind of payment solutions if they are working in a retail field of retail. And then those could be those POS terminals you see in a picture, or some kind of e-commerce connection. What the newly established companies don't get, or they can't apply right away, those are different kind of financing products. So everything that falls under the loan, leasing, credit card, also a kind of loan, and so on. Why it's so? Because we as the bank also want to make our relationship and our business sustainable. So we don't want actually to harm the business with the big loan if the business is not ready to work, if the business don't have customers. So those 2 years, actually, no, up to 2 years, that's not strictly, are to make the business live, to try to survive the first hurricanes, to get some experience, and then the business is ready also to take a loan, and we advise the best way and tailor the offer. However, in nowadays the businesses, the banks are much more than only ATMs, loans, credit cards. Those are competence centers. You can get their information about the best way how to set up your online store, how to choose payment solutions. We can help with accounting, which can make headaches for the new business people when they do it for the first time. We have great tools, and they are for free, just to make their life easier and to help for the business to grow during those 2 years. And many other things, including blogs with all topics that could be valuable for different kind of businesses. So they can choose what's relevant, and this is one of the ways we also build our personality. The main thing actually in this slide, there are three boards. We as a bank, we want that we are seen as open, simple, caring, that we are open for your needs, for your questions, that we are simple in our approach in educating about finances, and we are simple about our offers, understandable, and we are caring. We care about our customers. We care about their businesses. We try to offer what they could need, what could help their business to prosper. And the purpose of our business, of our role in a business world is to empower the people and businesses to create a better future. And we try to do our best to do it as caring, as simple, and as open as possible, because we understand that if the business will prosper, that will also give benefit to us. Under the curtain attachments, there is quite a lot of information that could be valuable. I will let you check it by yourselves. There are information about the bank's personality, a little bit about the market, and could be valuable while you are making your final application for the contest. So, by that I stop sharing. Try to close also the presentation. What else to say? The main thing: make your day joyful. Enjoy your team, your cooperation with that, and try to make it as adventurous as possible. So you remember it after as a really good day, as a really good time you spent together, and you made great ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rudolf, for the useful information. It was also very interesting for me to hear how widely Swedbank operates. I hope that now the participants are armed and ready to take on the first task. If you refresh the Moodle system or the page where the system is open for you, you should see task 1 opening shortly. From now on, you have time until 12:45 p.m. or just about 2 hours to complete and submit the first task to Moodle. Once again, in case of questions, you can safely contact the Bizness24h team by writing on the Bizness24h Facebook page. Be productive for the next 2 hours and see you back here at 1 p.m. Hello back here. I hope you are all a little moved and ready to move on. Your next task will be closely related to creation of ideas and creative thinking. So I am inviting to join us Elina Miķelsone, PhD researcher at Idea Innovation Institute, lecturer at various Latvian higher education institutions, including BA School of Business and Finance, who will inspire and tell you about different ways of how to create new ideas. Please, Elina, the stage is yours.
Hello, honorable ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here and introduce you to the ID Fitness. So we will try through ID Fitness to figure out what kind of methods you can use to generate ideas. And yes, I am Elina, and I'm citizen of ID Galaxy because all of my life fields are connected with ID management and innovation management. Academically, I'm also at the moment in a postdoctoral project where we create new methods, where we try to research also the best practices in ID management. So I will share you also the freshest knowledge from academical field. Also professionally, I'm involved in many innovation projects, and yes, I help for many organizations to create and implement their ideas in real life. And today we will try the methods that are applied by many well-known companies. And this ID Fitness, what you can expect here, that I will try to give you knowledge plus motivation and creative thinking skills, because that is a way how we can create the magic of innovations in the end. And we will train you and test your thinking, and also there will be some kind of relaxation poses, but it will be not just relax, but I will just switch with different kind of tasks for you. I hope that you will enjoy this ID Fitness and you will learn a lot of methods that you can use to really solve the problem that is given by the contest to you. And just keep in mind, just some reminders before we start. All ideas from my side will be just stimulation ideas. They will be not related with the task that you are doing, because if I will show you examples, what kind of solutions there could be for your problem, you will start to imitate these solutions, and we will decrease the potential to really create innovative ideas here. So I will show you absolutely other ideas, and in this case, I will demonstrate it with all the methods, how we can reinvent the bike or the wheel, in other words, because if we can reinvent the bicycle with all these methods, it means that we can also create solutions for your problem with this method. So later, you can use all these methods and just switch the words from the bicycle. In bicycle place, you will place the problem name that you are dealing with. So it will be a tricky situation here. And please keep in mind, you need to be wild and create a lot of ideas. Also during this session, I will show you some ideas, but please just write down all ideas what you have also in platforms where you are now. If there's possibility to write the ideas in the chat, you are welcome. Be wild, share all of your ideas, what you have, and that is just welcome. And examples of my ideas will be just illustration. Those will be not the best ideas. Best ideas will come from your side, I hope so. And questions and answers. So after the session, you can write me all the questions that you have through to my email. I will throw it in the end. But to start the ID Fitness, I need to know, are you ready for the ID Fitness? So there is a task. You need to decipher a coded message from the spy. You have only 30 seconds. And that message is, and the trees and the cats kissed of and mice of raising rain, or windy moors or rigged noons reiterate newly grooms. So you need now to decipher the coded message. What is the coded message here? So you have only 20 seconds. 20 seconds to do that. So please be ready to do that. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I hope that you are ready and your messages are deciphered. So, and the correct answer here is so simple answer, the first letters. And from the first letters, what you can read here? Attack tomorrow morning. So simple. But if I would ask you, please send me all your ideas, how to decipher the coded message. I believe that there will be so complex solutions from your side, and just 10% of you would really so this very, very, very simple solution ID. And I will really try to show you simple methods how to generate IDs, because with simple IDs you can create genius IDs in the end. So you don't need to do something very complex to create something extraordinary. But before I start to show you the methods, I would like to explain the main 3 things what you need to know before you start ID generation, or how to get more and better IDs. And there are 2 yeses and 1 no that you need to say during this process, and then you will get better and more IDs in the end. The first yes that you need to say is the yes for the Velcro effect. Because how we create IDs based on associations. So in our heads, there are a lot of associations, like small stickers. And these associations or small stickers in our heads are created by our experiences, our knowledges, and so on. And when we have some kind of task, our brain starts to synthesize and combine these existing associations in different combinations. In 1 second, there could be 10,000 of such kind of combinations that are not valuable as IDs, so you don't see them and hear in your heads. But when there's perfect combination that your brain says that, oh, that is a good one, there is this illumination moment. Oh, I have this ID. But before that, your brains have tried to create at least 10,000 IDs, but you don't notice that. And then there comes a question. Okay, but how I can improve my potential to create more IDs? Simple. You need more associations, more those stickers, more. So how to get more associations, new experiences, new knowledges. You need to meet new persons. So a lot of things. So the simplest version, you just look at different kind of TikTok videos, YouTube videos, read different kind of books, posts, and so on. Something diverse will create more diverse associations, increase your potential, create something extraordinary. And how to create more the perfect combinations, not these tricky ones. So again, very simple answer. You just need to generate IDs, and that is how we can train that. No other, there's no shortcut to that. But it doesn't mean that we need to create IDs for something very, very complex. We can create IDs also for very, very simple IDs, and it will help you to increase your potential to deal with very complex questions in the end. So just starting from tomorrow, you can start every morning by waking up in different kind of version or drinking your coffee or tea in different way. So if you will manage to figure out many ways how to do that, you will train your brains to do it, to generate IDs also in more complex situations. So very simple, more associations, and just train this combination chemistry. So that is the first yes. Say yes to many, many associations in your head. The second yes, you need to say yes to physical and intellectual provocations. So as a team, you can play with the environment where you are and how you create these IDs. For example, when you are sitting on your chair, one kind of ID flow will be with you, but when you are sitting on the floor or standing up or sitting on the fitness balls, you will see that absolutely other IDs will come in your mind. So when you are stuck in ID generation, just switch with these physical provocations, where you are sitting, with what kind of writing tools you are writing, and yes, so you can play with environment, you can play with some kind of facilities that you are using, and also you can use some kind of activities like extraordinary activities. So In between ID generation as a team, you can try some kind of silly physical provocations. You can try to make maybe all together some kind of TikTok video or something like that. That could be also good to boost your creativity. But laughter fitness, finger yoga, any kind of activities that are extraordinary and that you are not doing every day will be welcomed when you are stuck in ID generation. Intellectual provocations and stimulations could also help you to create more ideas, and intellectual stimulation is other people. Yes, when you are out of ideas, you just need to go and ask for ideas from others, from your grandparents, from the younger siblings, and you will see that even if they are not specialists, they could create a contribution. Believe me, because so many extraordinary stories from corporative environment that not CEOs create amazing ideas all the time, but people from the lower level sometimes provide so radical innovation ideas that you will be very, very surprised. So when you are out of ideas, just go to other persons that are not specialists in field and ask for their opinion, for their ideas. Maybe there will be this missing link that you need to create some kind of unique ideas in the end. So please remember, say yes to physical and intellectual provocations. And there is one no that you need to say all the time when you generate ideas, when you are generating ideas, not evaluating. So in idea generation sessions, you should say no to devil's advocate. And that is a persona that is on all of us. That is a small being that says, oh, Elena, no, it is the crazy idea. Please don't say it to your group and so on. But please say all of your ideas to your group members, because maybe your idea is a stimulation idea that other member from your team really need to create extraordinary, remarkable idea in the end. So share all of your ideas, normal, crazy, wild ones, and you will see when you are sharing all of your ideas, the quality of ideas in the end will increase. So be wild, share all of your ideas, and on the other hand, keep in mind, please don't be devil advocates for other ideas. So please don't start to critique other ideas during idea generation process, because when you start to evaluate other ideas during the session, these persons could stop create ideas. But you want that everybody are involved in these processes, because there's simple logic. If you create more ideas will be with higher quality. So if you create 10 ideas, maybe one idea will be good enough for implementation. If you create 100 ideas, maybe 10 of them. So 10% of all ideas that you will create will be with some kind of value, but more you create, more you can maybe implement with some kind of value. So keep in mind, while you are generating, you do not evaluate ideas. Only after, when you have this large list of ideas, you say stop. Idea generation is stopped. Now we are going to the idea evaluation part, and then you start to evaluate ideas. So just these 3 simple rules. Say yes to more associations. So when you are out of ideas, just get new associations from different diverse kind of videos, texts, and so when you are out of ideas, say yes to the physical and intellectual provocation. So play with environment, play with other persons, and say no to devil's advocate. Don't evaluate ideas. 3 simple rules, and you will see that idea quality in the end of your session will increase immediately. And then comes very important question: how to generate these ideas? Okay, we know the rules, but how to do that? And my answer is simple answer again: use system-based approach. What is system-based approach? You need to use some methods. It is very hard sometimes when people say, oh, let's brainstorm ideas, and you are out of inspiration, you don't know what to do, you will feel like this hedgehog in the fog. And what to do in those situations? When you're using methods, it will help all persons in the team to involve. Also for those persons that think that they don't have ideas. So, but with methods, you will notice that everybody has some kind of good ideas. So, and that is the best thing about the system-based approach, that we can use some pretty good established methods. And I will try to show you 5 methods that you can use. And my suggestion is, later when you will use these methods for your cases, please use at least 2 methods. You don't need to use all 5 of them, but at least 2 methods, because it depends also what kind of method you could use, what kind of results you will get. So if there are different kind of methods, there could be different kind of results out of them. And you will never know how this method will work with this case and with your team especially. So several methods in the sequence will increase your potential to find really radical and innovative ideas in the end. And so I will start with very simple methods. The very simple methods are based on some kind of random stimulus. And there are so many random stimulus that you can use. Those could be random stimulus like name cards, pictures, some kind of tactile element that you can touch, some kind of smells, some kind of audio stimulus and others. So you just choose any kind of random stimulus, you focus your attention on that. And for your case, you try to find as many possible solutions as you can. From this theoretical slide, maybe it's very hard to understand. So let's switch directly to the practical part to see how it works in real life. And as I said, we will try to reinvent the bicycle with all of our methods. So if we can do it with bicycle, you can do it with your cases. So later after the session, when you need to generate ideas, in the place of the name bicycle, you will put the name of your problem. So let's see, the first method that you can try is the simplest method, but with very, very high effectiveness in the end, because I see that later when I go to the companies, after the first session, I always in first session I give for the company this method, the random word method. Second time when I go to the same organization, I notice, oh, there are so many books now in that organization. It means that all these organizations later really use this method practically. And let's try to do this also today. How to use the random word method? The random word method is so simple. First of all, you define the question. In this case, we need to reinvent the new bike. But in your cases, the contest has defined the question from your side. So you just will put this question in the step 1. Then the step 2 is you find some kind of book. You open the book with closed eyes. You put your finger on some kind of random word combination. You find the name. And there is a name, lovely, lovely, lovely. And then you think, we need to reinvent the bike. And then we have the name lovely. What kind of bike ideas do we have? What kind of lovely bikes we can create? And then you think about fluffy bikes, some kind of sparkling bikes, barking bikes, something like that. Any kind of bike ideas what comes in your mind with the name lovely will be good enough. And you just write as many ideas as you can. And I tried this also yesterday. I found the word dust in the book. What kind of idea I could create? For example, dust-free bike, or the bird. That could be like fluffy bike, okay, or levitating bike, why not? Changing bike that change the color according to the weather, or coffee bike made out of the coffee waste, why not? We can create such bike as well. And that is how random word works. So very simple method. You define the question. In your cases, you know your challenge. Then you just find some intriguing words in the books, and based on these words, you try to create any kind of ideas what you have, as many as you can. You write down as a team. It is really simple method, but you will see that many of these ideas are like ideas that you can really implement, and then there's something unique in these ideas. What kind of books or textual materials you can use? Any kind of books are good enough, but I see that the best results comes from poetry books. I don't know why. Okay, I know why, because those are texts are very strong with these associations. So just very simple method. I welcome you to use this method in this contest. So if you don't like textual things, okay, then you don't need to use the books if the books is too much for you. If you are a visual person, you can use random stimuli that is some kind of visualizations. I would like to give you advice. For example, use Rorschach method. I think that you have noticed such kind of ink blocks in some movies. And mainly these ink blocks are used to understand the mental health. But in this case, of course, this is not for mental case. It is turned in ID generation method. And how it works, you just look at the card and then you start to think, what kind of IDs based on this card comes in your mind for the selected question. In this case, in this session, the small session, we are playing with a bicycle. And so what kind of new bicycle IDs do we have? When we are looking on these pictures, and then we're looking on the first card and we notice there's some kind of doubling effect. So maybe that we can create a digital twin bike. Others will see some dogs there, then there could be the bicycle for the dogs. Maybe you see something else and you can write as many ideas as you can. So the second picture, there's some kind of Christmas vibes in that picture from my side. For others, maybe you see something else. So we can create a snow bike, why not? Card number 3, again, you just try to see what is the main element, what you see there. Some of people will see butterflies, others will see 2 people standing around the ball or something like that. So I have this vibes from Africa there. I don't know again why. And we can create maybe the sand bike in the end, so the bike that we can use in the beach. The card number 4. There's some kind of motor rider vibes. So maybe we can create this very tactile bike that we can touch, and it has very good texture as additional element. Card number 5, it is like a mask or something like that. So maybe we can create shield bike. Card number 6, it is like violin or some kind of music instrument from my side, from my association perspective. We can create sound bike. Card number 7, it's like barrier or something like that. So barrier bike to go or jump above the barriers. Why not? Next one seems like some kind of breathing process. So it could be a breathing bike or bike that helps to clean the air. In other words, hunting bike could be on the card number 9, and card number 10, maybe those could be roof bikes. And you will see that, okay, now we tried this method with bikes, but in your cases, you can create new products, processes for established style that you have, and you will see that with the same pictures, you will find the answers to your questions as well. I have used this research to create the investment attraction plans for organizations to find how to establish better internal or external communication. We have found with these cards, medical, some kind of clauses. We can find new technology ideas here. So basically very crazy method, but it really works in real life, and many companies also start to use this method more frequent. So you will just put the wording research in or ink blocks in your Google research search, and you will find these cards, or you can just put your make your own ink blocks and generate ideas based on them. So any kind of visual stimulation will be good. You can also print out some kind of picture cards, something like that. It will work as well in this case. So that is for visual thinking persons. We have tried 2 very simple methods. First one was random word method, where you take the one word and try from that one word to create as many ideas as you can. Other methods suggest let's look at some kind of visual information and let's try to get ideas out of these visualizations. But there's more methods to apply, but to switch to them, I would like to give you a short coffee break, but it doesn't mean that you can go away. It means that you just stay here, and I will just give you some additional associations in your head, because you remember, more associations creates more ideas. So let's just refresh the brains with some kind of ideas here, and just Just listen and you will hear maybe some kind of inspirational ideas that you can later use to really generate your own ideas in your cases. In Finland, they have introduced the first coffee that is grown in laboratory. So we can grow the coffee now in laboratories, not on the ground. So wow, and it really tastes and smells like real coffee. It's they create these lightweight, waterproof boots and shoes, and such kind of boots needs only 15 cups of coffee waste to create these boots. So coffee waste boots, wow. Designer UN created leather alternative from seafood shells and coffee grounds. So coffee leather, in other words. Or Priestman Goods Design Studio, they have invented eco-friendly airplane trays made from coffee grounds. Wow, again, interesting. Thank my farmer app, an app for tracking coffee beans and thanking the farmers. So you can say thank you for the good coffee in the morning for your coffee growers with this app. Or Parkinson's, they use a coffee as association to communicate and highlight the warning signs of Parkinson's disease. Again, interesting way how to use the coffee in marketing innovations. Or Air New Zealand, they create airline experiment with using edible coffee cups. Or Change Please Coffee Blend, a barista training course for London's homeless persons. And there is so much more that we can extract from the coffee. And I think that you will notice when you will start to create your own ideas for your cases, that you will find as many ideas for the same question. And that is the best thing, that for one exercise, you can find many ideas in the end. And 3 more methods to try. So we will try the scamper method. This is a method that helps to reinvent different kind of things. So this method is very good in situations when you have some idea in your head, very simple idea, but you understand, but we are missing something. It is not remarkable idea, like wow idea. It is like, yes, it's good idea, but something is missing. In those cases, use scamper method and you will see that, wow, there are some kind of extraordinary elements that we can add here. And scamper method suggests that we can play with all ideas from several angles. 7 angles there are, and then you, from these 7 angles, you try to modify idea. And sometimes with these modifications, you find some ways how really improve your ideas. So basically, this method is very good when you have some simple idea in your mind, but you understand there's something missing. But of course, you can use also this method by putting the name of your problem here. And I will again show how it works with bike, but later after this session, you are welcome to use it for your cases. So bicycle is written above, but there you can write your challenge or the simple solution, what is in your mind. Then you think, okay, substitute is the first modification that you need to do. And then you think, okay, what we can substitute in this solution, this problem, to get some unique solution in the end. We could substitute metal frame with a glass frame. And it's very simple. You just get the glass muscle bicycle created here in Latvia. Combine means that you take this bike or any kind of product process that you have or service and try to combine it with something else existing and try to find benefits out of that. And we can combine bike and the sofa, and in the end we get the sofa bike created in the United Kingdom. Adapt means that we make some kind of elements transformable in our solutions. And that is a bike that grows with a kid, and it's called speed up bike. Modify means that we try to create something bigger, something smaller. And there is this wish hand bike, very small bicycle created here. Then you think, okay, put to other use. How to put in other use bicycles? Okay, normal way we use the bicycles for riding on the ground, but to put other unit, we can use it in some other occasions as well. Maybe we can use them to ride on the water, and that is water bike, real bike. Eliminate mean that maybe to create something new, we don't need always to add something. Sometimes we just eliminate something and it will be something exciting. And even from processes, you can eliminate elements and you will see that it will be another service in the end. And when we eliminate the seat from the bicycle, it becomes bionic rider. It's not the simple bicycle anymore. And my favorite one is reverse. You reverse all assumptions, all elements, all materials, and look what's happening in the end. And when we are reversing the idea that rider is sitting on the frame, it is like rider is under the frame or in the frame. And it means that it could be something unique. And we asked for Mother Google, are there such kind of bicycles somewhere around the world? And Mother Google said, yes, there is, and it's called Flitz bike. And that bike is used in rehabilitation processes. And it's so simple to reinvent any kind of ideas, even very, very boring ideas with Scamper method. Just put the name of simple solution here, and it will be very easy. If you want, you can also redefine your problem as ready study solution. So maybe the new product for some kind of risk management or something like that in that occasion, and then just go through all these elements and write all ideas what you have. And sometimes it's very tricky. You can start to discuss in team. Is it adapt ID or combine ID? It doesn't matter where you are writing it down. All these methods are just like magnets that helps you to extract ideas from you and write them down. It doesn't matter in which field you are writing it down. You just need to write it down immediately when you have that idea. It doesn't matter in which part you are writing that down. And there's also some more methods that we will try. I hope that you will enjoy the Scamper method, because Scamper method is one of my favorite ones. And I say that also really companies love this method because it creates this value really fast and in very logical way. And before we are switching to the last two methods that I would like to show you, I would like to give you the physical provocation. And physical provocation will be very easy one. Take your pens, pencils, or writing tools that you have, and then just bite in your pen or pencil like that. Like that. Good. Okay, with your 3 seconds. Why you can use such kind of physical provocation? Okay, it seems very silly. That's good when you do it in the team and you can see how others are doing that, because it will light the situation up and it will be like team building exercise a little bit. But also when you are maybe through the Zoom and you are not all together in the team, it's very hard to concentrate all the time through virtual environment. And this physical provocation helps again to get back in a very good mood, in concentration mood. And when you're biting in that, and then you're taking it out, look what's happening. It's a smiling process. And even if you are biting it like a very hard and angry one, there will be still the muscle effect, like you are smiling and your brains will think, oh, Ellen's smiling, Ellen's happy, Ellen, many ideas. So that is a connection, how it works. Very simple, but really method that could help you in the situations when you are stuck and you can just not generate any more ideas. Try this one. You have nothing to lose in this situation. And 2 more methods that you can use to generate ideas. One of them is superhero methods. The superhero method really helps you to generate ideas based on the role play. So, what kind of roles you can play from the name of the method, you can notice those could be superheroes. In method, there are two ways how to use it. You can choose from existing superheroes and their roles, or you can create new superheroes. But I will demonstrate this method for you with existing superheroes, how it works, and then I will explain also how to adapt this method in your situations, maybe better. The first step, if you decide in the team to use superhero method, all team should choose a superhero that they know. So there could be two ways, that each persona in the team choose one superhero that they will try to generate IDs through. So you will imagine that that I'm not Elena, but I will be like a Flash. And then I start to think not like Elena, but like a Flash. So what kind of ideas could Flash provide for our team for this challenge from his perspective, with his knowledge, with his experiences? And you are just writing down these ideas so individually. That is one case. Other case is that you are choosing, for example, 3 to 5 superheroes as a team, and then all team together at the same time. 5 minutes, you all the team are like all Flashes. Then you all could be like Wonder Womans. After 5 minutes, you will be Batmans. All team members at the same time, and you are generating IDs together. And how it works? So Flash is fast. What kind of bike IDs we can create here? It could be like super fast bike, or some kind of element that will increase the speed. Then there is this half human, half robot superhero. Maybe that could be self-driving bike. Why not? There is a Batman. Batman could provide ideas that bicycles could be with these special light signals, like, because there's Batman light. So maybe we can transfer that to the bicycles. And Aquaman, of course, he will provide ideas related with the water, with subscriptions, with the flows, and maybe there could be the water bike and from his side. So interesting method to use. If you like the superheroes, you can really use this method. The main thing, if you use as a team, you need to choose a superhero that everybody will know in your team. And it doesn't matter if you will use the superheroes from Marvel or other universes. You can also invent your superheroes. Maybe the superhero for you is your grandmother or some other friend. So just choose any kind of superhero that you think are good enough, that will stimulate you to create more and better ideas. So this is a way how through the role playing you can create ideas. And one more method, the last method that I would like to show you, is reverse IDs. Reverse IDs also is good in the situations when you know the problem or the challenge, or you have some kind of solution. So in both situations, when you are problem stage or the solution stage, in both stages, you can use this method. And reverse method suggests write down all traditional assumptions about that product, process, challenge, then reverse everything, and based on these reverse assumptions, try to find ideas. How it works in real life? Let's see with the bicycles. What kind of traditional assumptions there are? That there are wheels for bicycles. Mostly bicycles are made from metal. Those are meant to be for riding. And there is a rider for the bikes. And how many traditional elements do you need? At least from 5 to 10 elements will be good enough to start. Then you'll try to reverse everything. There are wheels, no wheels. Metal, no metal. For riding, not for riding. Riders, no riders. Okay, but where are IDs for new bicycles? You look at these reverse IDs and then you think, okay, no wheels. But what we can put in the stead of wheels if there are no wheels? Maybe there could be tracks or balls in place of the wheels. Okay, it's interesting. Metal, no metal frame. From what kind of materials we can create frames for the bicycles? From the wood, from the concrete, from some kind of composite material. So at the moment, there's also composite materials from mushrooms and other interesting natural stuff. For riding, not for riding. For what kind of other functions we can use bicycles for juice extraction, for electricity generation, maybe for something else, for gardening, for art, and so on. Rider, there's no rider. So we can introduce the idea that there could be autopilot bikes. Why not? So that is how reverse ideas works. I hope that I have introduced to the 5 methods. If these are not your methods, you can find more methods in many homepages. Just write down a creative thinking methods or game storming, and you will find so many methods that give you the systems to generate ideas. So you don't need randomly just brainstorm any kind of ideas. If you are out of ideas, get some kind of system method, and based on that method, write down ideas. And you will see that all members in your team will get ideas if you will use these system approaches. So you are welcome to use these methods. I can't wait what kind of ideas you will really create for the problems, for the cases that are provided for you from this contest. So I wish you all the best, and thank you very much for your attention. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Elina, for the different methods to use to create new ideas. I feel very inspired right now, and I hope that the participants feel the same as me. Shortly, you will be able to access the second task, where you can immediately apply the techniques you have just learned to create the most useful ideas for banking products or services to help startups. You are given exactly 1 hour and 20 minutes to complete this task. I would like to remind you that you can still ask additional questions to the Bizness24h team by writing to our Facebook page. Good luck completing the task, and I will be waiting for you back here to live stream at 3 p.m. Hello. I hope we have all connected back to the live stream and that the second task has been successfully completed. At a time when a lot of new potential ideas have been created, it is necessary to carefully evaluate them to find out what will be the ideas that will be further developed. That is why Lilita Sparane, an expert in the evaluation of ideas and also the director of the Business Process Management program at the BA School of Business and Finance, will give you an insight into how to evaluate potentially the most significant ideas, as well as to test them. Lilita, the virtual stage is at your service.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you. It's nice to be back. So now I should say, have a great afternoon, and let's hope that we will have a great half an hour together with you. So I'm setting my timer. I will try to be very precise. Nevertheless, I have a lot to tell you. And I believe that I already can congratulate you with finishing those two assignments, what Louisa has mentioned. But now you have to proceed. Now you have to proceed. You have to evaluate your ideas and you have to draw a testing plan. So that's why we will go through quickly all these details which are connected to that one. And then I might start with that guys, I believe that the previous task and the previous speaker really helped you to have fun, because ideation is fun. Ideation is fun. Nevertheless, at the very beginning, it seems like it's very, very difficult and you don't know what to do and how to do. At the end, the light goes on and you are opening your brains for a lot of great ideas, and they just come one by one or come together like tens in a second. Yeah. So, but you have now your ideas. And as someone says already from the design thinking school, the ideation mode is a wonderful mentally representing your opportunities to build a lot of good things, not just to build prototypes. Today you are not building prototypes, but taking you through ideation stage, which is like going wide. And I believe that you already went through that stage, and now you have kind of, this is my terminology, I called it ideas bank. So you have lots of ideas, and always you have to keep some very good, valuable stuff in your safe place. Let's call it ideas bank. So now what to do with those ideas within that bank? Now you need to think how to cluster and validate your ideas. Why? Because at the beginning, when people are throwing out ideas using the brainstorm session or other methods used, so they think that, wow, this is a great idea, what someone says. Oh, maybe my idea is a much better. So you can start fighting for that. Which idea is the most suitable, most profitable, or most interesting for the client? It's quite a difficult task, actually. If you have two ideas, it's maybe not that difficult. But if you have 12, or you have 22, or you have 122, you never know. It might be a problem to separate them. Which one should go on now and which one should be implemented later on? So for this, you need to cluster them and to validate them. And I will take you through the process how to do that. And it might be that for you, clustering and clusters, it's something very new. And let me introduce just with this term and terminology, what does it mean, cluster? Cluster, it's a group of similar things, people, tasks, ideas, which have the same goal to reach or same geographical situation. The way of where they are located. Like, for example, clusters, they are very well known in IT sector. So from clustering computing, and also we can apply cluster like for this, which is in a picture, a mushrooms grows in a cluster. So they are connected together somehow. And why we are using that? because the next tool, what you need to use and what you are going to use, this is a ideas clustering tool. I would say 4 boxes for your future and for next task, what you need to do. And these boxes represent such a thing that at the bottom, there is a line which representing your effort, what needs to be put it in to fulfill your plans, how you are going to implement your idea. You start from the low and you go to high. In a vertical line, that's an impact. And impact, guys, it's very important. Your effort, yes, it's also important. How much money, how much time, how much resources you need, but also impact. What will be consequences? What will be effects and the good effects at the end when you will implement that idea? That is the most important also nowadays. And then we go and see how we can separate all your ideas at the end when you will finalize this task need to be placed in one of these boxes. Let's start from the bottom. Effort, low effort and the low impact. We call it temporary solutions. Temporary solutions, it means some ideas which do not require a lot of time, a lot of financing, a lot of human resources, but in the same time, they won't make a big impact. They are good for now, let's say for now and for tomorrow. They might not sustain till day after tomorrow or week after or months or few years after. So the impact will be seen immediately now, maybe with a reason to attract more clients and then go with other kind of ideas, maybe with other reason. But there might be some ideas which you just generated, placed here as temporary solutions. And then let's go up, one step up. The next is a quick wins. Quick wins, I wrote these quick wins completely in the highest point in the left corner, just showing that could be also that your ideas, some of the ideas, have a requiring very low effort from you, but it will make a very high impact. This sometimes we also call low-hanging fruit. Temporary solutions and quick wins also could be called both low-hanging fruit. Like you can pick apple from the small apple tree immediately, just like getting it. And those ones up on the top you cannot get, but they are healthier, they are sweeter because sun is getting easier to them. So that's a bit more difficult. And quick wins also would be placed, these ideas, whether closer to the impact line, it's mean low effort, whether closer to the mid line, a centered line, which is requiring already more effort and giving a bigger impact. So it should be, and I'm sure it will be, quite a lot of these quick wins, what you just generated in the previous during previous tasks. And then we go to the 2 boxes to the right. And those are my 2 favorite ones. So now ideas what you generated, look from the perspective like, wow, this is a tough one. I will need, or we will need, or customer, client, Swedbank or company will need a lot of effort to make this idea realistic. And in the same time, it will give quite okay impact, not very high. So it's not crossing the second horizontal line, and we call them ungrateful solutions. The title is like, ungrateful. Maybe we should not work with them. That's not true. They are very useful ideas, but they are still not the perfect ones. That means that they will sustain for some time. They might not sustain for a very long time, but they will give a lot of implication and a lot of good impact to the development of business for the client, what you are working for. So they are requiring some defined human resources, timing, financial resources, maybe some technologies, some platforms, and so on and so on. But they are not the highest, reaching highest point. So what is reaching highest point? It's the last box, it's up on the top, and it's called time-consuming solutions. And time-consuming solutions, guys, they really requiring a lot of efforts, and they give the higher impact, much higher than the previous ungrateful solutions. Yes, it could be that some ideas, you might place it closer to this central line in the center, like average impact, like, okay, so could be more, but maybe some idea is so bright and great, so that you know that impact will be, wow, exaggerating. Of course, it's a time consuming. It's already title said, yes, it's going to be a time consuming. And we all know in a business, time is money, equal euro or dollars or whatever currency you use. So that's mean that it might require a lot of efforts from the client, and client at the beginning will think, well, yeah, that's a good idea, but that's not for now. But believe me, those two boxes, ungrateful solutions and time consuming, and even more time consuming solution box, they always contain such a great ideas where artificial intelligence is involved, some virtual reality tools, some other kind of IT great stuff, like even from the movies, whatever, you know, the fantastic movies, Avatar or something, you know, or Matrix. So you think out of box, and those ideas are really the ones where always I say the young people, students, youngsters, they are much better in generating this idea, because these kind of ideas, because you are brave and you are not in a box yet. You are not limited to any constraints. That's what I want to say. Yes, please go ahead. If you have these kind of time-consuming solutions, don't be afraid that your client will say that it's too dreamy. It's like pink dreams. No, just try to evaluate them and try to, in the next step, to validate them, so you will offer something very unusual. And when those ideas are going to be implemented, I mean, then always business is boosting, and the competitors are quite jealous that, how come that they have come to that kind of conclusion to do something like that? I would never be able to think about something like that. That's what I mean. Involve your imagination, step out of realistic today world, and think how it will be after whatever months, not a month, a year maybe, yeah, in a year or two, but that's our future. That's how, if we might say that we didn't know 5 years ago, what does it mean Zoom? We didn't know what's mean MS Team, and we didn't have virtual reality opportunity to help conferences through virtual reality glasses. Also, we didn't know how to make avatars. Now we're participating in a conference when we are presenting ourselves as avatars. So this is our future. And this box, which called time-consuming solution, these ideas, those are the most valuable. But as I said, and let me repeat, you might have in every box at least some ideas. And it doesn't matter that in some box more or less, just try to evaluate which one box they do fit. Try to discuss among yourself. So, and then when you did that, you do the next step, step by step. Evaluate your ideas. I included also some YouTube videos for you to watch. Some persons can do something. Some are watching and getting more information on that, what I'm telling you. So you have to do idea scorecard. And for a reason to do idea scorecard, first of all, you have to define 4 principles or criteria. And please be careful. You have to define 4 principles or / criteria, whatever word you use, and they will be the same for validation process of all ideas, no matter, as I said, if you have 2, 10, 12, 112, you will evaluate as many as ideas you can make it in a time according to the 4 principles which you are going to develop yourself within your team. And now it's up to you actually to develop what kind of principles or criteria you are going to develop. For example, I wrote like time consuming. If that idea is a solution of that idea will be very time consuming and human resource needed. If that's very many needed or just like a few financial investments, easy to do for you, whether it will have a continuity, a buildability, that means that you can improve something, client can improve something after some time, whether it's easy to defend. What about maybe cybersecurity, you think? How big market would it take? Anything you decide that these kind of criteria are important for your evaluation or validation of your ideas, just write it down. And then you are going to evaluate your ideas. And then you choose at the end, as requested by this regulation of this contest, 2 to 3 ideas which you are going to propose to develop further. Let me show you some examples. It might help you to understand what I'm talking about. So I'm using PDR Institute, Cardiff Metropolitan University is our partner. So, and I was studying there, these kind of things. So this idea scorecard example is used from their workshop. And also I'm taking that and using during my study course of project management here at the BA School of Finance. So my students are doing that regularly when we're going through the design thinking steps. So here at the very top, you write idea. You just write idea, whatever. For example, I want to open a new I don't know, ski loop or for skating place, yeah. Open a new, where to spend the time, open a new skating place. So, and you evaluate this skating place according to principles which are written here before you start evaluating ideas. Principle number 1 could be again, it's easy for us, for a team or for a client to do. So, and then I will give like, yes, 5. And the rating is from 1 to 5. And then the next one, it's time involvement. How much time do we need for that? Or how much time the client will need? And then I think, well, they might need a lot of time because of very technical things what they need to build when they are building this skating place. Well, if that's quite a lot of time, I might give just 2 points for that. The next one is like financial investments. If there is not a lot financial investments might need it because it's quite easy to do, so I might give 3 or 4. The next one, sustainability. Well, what is the sustainability? Winter will be over and the ice will melt. So it's just 1. It's not sustainable. Whatever you decide, as I said, on the principles, what I also mentioned here and other ones, you write here and you take idea by idea. So you have to have this kind of table for every idea. Separate ideas, separate table. You can do that no matter Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Mirrordesk, or whatever platform you are using or the technology you are using. So just try to combine that you have to hand in as a final result to the jury in the same format. Try to use a very friendly format for you. This is not a big deal. It's the five marks and the 4 principles. And then you put these, like evaluate like this. This is the one hands-on written pen and paper workshop. And for example, the idea online portal for support and funding, how to find the support and funding. Is that going to be easy to develop such an idea? Adapt to my time scale, yes, 5. Help me finding resources, yes, 5. Guide me through the process, yes, fine, it's easy. Engage me, but not overwhelm me. Well, it will engage me. Let me give me 3 just points. At the end, it's 18. But as I said, if you are in a business life, and today you are in a business market, so you might think more about the criteria, like as I mentioned, something like sustainability, durability, timing, financial needs, and so on and so on. And then evaluate, as I said. If that's an easy one, so it takes that many more points. If that's a tough one, it takes less, you know. And at the end, you compare all your ideas, and you will have, as I said, at least 2 to 3 ideas with which one you would like to go further and develop. So, but then you are asked not to do a real testing, but always before you proceed to real implementation, you must test. So today it's too short for doing a prototyping and testing. That's why we say that you keep in mind your idea. You can discuss whatever how prototype might look if it's necessary. We are not asking for you to do that, but we would like to see your test plan, set responsibilities and deadlines. And testing, it's getting a feedback from your direct users or from your clients, and that will help to develop and further your idea and make a real solution. And there is a saying that testing often never ends. Also, here is included one of the videos which you can watch after that, and also get an additional information how to do a testing. And there will be also mentioned some testing methods. I will mention that as well at the very end. So why do we say testing often never ends? But for example, all of us, almost all of us, I guess, we have smartphones, and we are receiving time to time an updates. How do you think those updates are coming through? Of course, company are doing testing with real users. So they are getting feedback and they are testing their new solution for how to solve a problem or challenge, and they are sending us already tested update. That's why we say testing is must be. So testing options, there are a lot of methods, and at the end, as I said, I will share you that method list. You can use this because this presentation is going to be available for you. But always we say that it's very easy to pitch, to consider to pitch in some workshops, seminars, conferences where you can meet your direct users or direct target audience. And always you have to collect feedback. And we are asking to collect 3 kinds of feedback in a real life: positive and not negative, but constructive, and the user feedback. And this is just for information. You don't have to reflect really in the test plan that how you collect feedback, but that you have to keep in mind that feedback is very necessary for a test. And another option how to test, you can also include that in a testing plan. Now you might laugh or smile at least, that you need to present your solution to grandmother or grandfather and ask their opinion. And believe me, if those people will understand, then definitely it's going to be quite easier to present to real target audience, because sometimes we fell in love with our idea so much, and we think that this is a wonderful idea. I have to go on with this one. As soon as we ask someone from a side, but just tell me, what do you think? And then we are shocked, like, what? She did not understand what I was saying, and she did not like it. She was not able to find that button with which I said that, okay, this new app will work like this, and please press the next button, for example. Yes, as simply as possible. Try to test on your people which you can reach at the very beginning, and don't be shy to include that in a testing plan as one of the testing methods or options. And this kind of plan, this table might help you to develop testing plan to understand what could be in that testing plan. And definitely you should write what are you testing. That means you should write the exact idea, how are you going to test. It might be, guys, that for every idea, 2 to 3 ideas, it might be that you will need a separate testing plan. It depends very much on your idea, because not all ideas could be tested sending questionnaires around. Some of ideas as a solutions, it might be or needed to be tested in a physical real life, asking people to give a real feedback. But that's what I said, you can combine, but you also might need to set such a testing plan for every separate idea. But it depends how the test will be held. This is about the methods: online, physical, asking people questionnaires, writing, asking them to write diary, to work with my solution for a longer time and give a feedback, and so on and so on. So here you list methods. Who is responsible for testing? Always there should be a one person who is the mostly responsible from 3 of you, and then the rest is helping. We always say that the testing is not supposed to be done by one person because it's impossible. One person speaks or sends a message, another one absorb or take photos or calculate the results and analyze them, and so on and so on. Who will participate in the test? Here, you please describe your target audience. Who is going to be the ones with whom you are going to test? What is the deadline for the test? Deadline or time frame, whatever you write there, but it should be, time should be taken into account. There is defined time, and as we always say, time is the money. And what are the results of the test? Try to pretend that you got different kind of feedbacks like described: positive, constructive, client feedback or user feedback, and they were like that and that percentage. You can imagine this, but you have to pretend that you tested, and it's in description should be there how you are going to proceed. And the very important point, which is not included in my previous table, but it should be there as an addition or as an additional table, you decide. Resources needed for testing. So you need to also to try to pretend how much would it cost, and everything is always is money wise. Nevertheless, it's human, it's timing or staff, whatever, paper if you test it physically, or IT tools, or maybe you have to pay for some questionnaires, forms. It's not like just the samples which are for free available on online. Whatever, you need to try to vision how much would it take to test one of your ideas. You might not be very precise, but also you just need to think about it. So resources always needed to be there, and you have to reflect that. So these are methods, just a method list of methods what you can use for a testing. And I'm not going to describe them in details. If needed, you can also again ask Mother Google for a help. But for example, the simpler one, observation, that you observe how your client is using that service or that idea, and yet then you see what is not working very well within that interview. Questionnaires, still brainstorms, user personas. You can draw user persona and think what they will do. Mapping, shadowing. So again, step in someone's shoes, try to pretend how will you use this solution according to your idea if you might be a client. So user journals, visualization, and also analyzing data, numbers, quantitative surveys, and so on and so on. You can choose any of these methods for your testing plan and just describe how are you going to do that, and then just try to pretend and calculate how many hours it might take, how many people will need to be involved in this, and that's how you will get to the financial number. So in general, I guess that's okay. The final one, what I want to say, that always when you test or you develop idea, try to document process and the outcome. Document also testing in real life, and also don't forget to include that in a testing plan, that documentation process is there, then analyze that, measure that, and then try to think what's going to be impact. A bigger impact, it's a better solution. I mean, like already according to our clustering table, of course, you can feedback. If feedback is given, you can accept or reject. If accepted, just proceed and create a presentation and present to your interested parties or to your client. If you don't accept your feedback, what you got, you might think that, okay, maybe we were wrong because just 10% of the questionnaires said that it's impossible, but in general, everybody understood. So fine, yeah, it's up to you. You are developers, you are idea creators, and you are idea implementers. Actually, that's it, and I perfectly fit in a time. And I wish you a good luck. If needed, you can, as I said, try to use those videos also for the help. And you have a system already in place, how you can ask organizers for any help in case you have some questions. So guys, good luck, and I will desperately be looking forward to see you in the second round and to hear how things are going. Thank you so much for listening, and good luck.
Thanks to Lilita for her insight into evaluating and testing ideas. Now, the third task is available, and if you look closely, you will also find an additional task in which you can try out your hand if you have completed the third task earlier. You also have access to the evaluation models that Lilita has just told you about, which will help you with the task. You are given exactly 2 hours for the next task. After completing the task, you will also be given a longer break so that you can rest your eyes, move, eat, and take part in additional contests. Good luck everyone with your tasks, and I'll be back here for the live stream at 6:30 p.m. Greetings being back here. I hope you have worked hard to continue finding solutions for the case study. We are very close to the finish line and also the development of the final product. We have already looked at the market situation, created new ideas, evaluated them, and possibly created ways to test these ideas. But now there is another important point: how to find out how to promote the idea, as well as to make it known to as many new companies as possible. For you to be able to complete the next task, I am inviting Vari Shipko, Marketing Project Manager for Swedbank's Youth Department, who will give you more insight into marketing. Please, Vari, the stage is yours.
Hi. Sorry, I had a little internet connection problem. So one moment and I will be sharing my screen. So, hi, my name is Varis, and today I will a little bit explain a little information about what you need to do with the marketing plan. And actually, first of all, I want to congratulate you all. This is the last presentation what you need to hear today, and all things what you have done today is very time and power consuming, but this is the last thing. And I will be very quick with a few things. Of course, if you have any questions during the process, don't be shy. Get your question in the chat and I will answer it. So as you know, then the next task, this information will help to fulfill your next task. And don't worry, I will not take you long. So let's begin. Our plan today is to go through these points. What is marketing plan? Why it's needed? How to write a plan? What is included in marketing plan? And of course, conclusion. And let's get started. So what is marketing plan? Actually, as you see, there is a lot of things comes in mind, but there is three essential questions what marketing plan needs to answer. And where are we? Where are we going, and how we will get there? It's questions what we need to answer as a entrepreneurs. And so basically, it's a document what describes the company's strategy for reaching its target audience. And as you will see in the next slides, it's not only that. And why it's needed? Actually, it's something like instruction for different company departments, and it helps you to understand market, to understand your consumer or customer, and it helps you as a roadmap for implementing marketing activities. And of course, what is very good with this, for example, in very big companies, all stakeholders involved in commerce process, sales process, or marketing sales department are at the same page, or they know what to do. There is no questions asked, hey, what we need to do now. That's all written is marketing plan. And it serves, yes, as it's right there, a roadmap for implementing marketing activities. And what you need to mention is, what I need to mention is that marketing plan is not constant plan. It's changing. It's changes its shape over the time. So, and actually one thing is what's very important for these plans is it helps to reach goals, what you have set in your company. So, and how to write a plan? Very good question, no? So there is no one size fits it all template because usually companies differ from their goals, from their tasks. There are different markets, there are different services what companies could offer. So, and as you see there, and actually the big depending size is also company size. It is tiny or it's very corporate and big. So it can be from the few pages till the manual covering all details as possible. So, and the next thing, for example, if we're speaking about examples, what we can found in internet. So these, please, you could use only as references because there is no absolute truth because every case is individual. Of course, if you want to take similar company in a similar area as yours, then maybe something will be overlapping. But so when you are writing this marketing plan, you should ask, what are the objectives of my marketing plan? And it helps to align them. And of course, you can take these marketing plans as references, but not as only an truth what you can think about these in constant of marketing plans. And as I mentioned, that keep in mind that marketing plan is fluid and some of its elements will change over the time. Here I mean for example, market or demographic situation or for example, competitors will have a different solution or service or product what will overcome your product. So it's constantly changing. And the next thing, what you need to know before you writing your marketing plan. So first of all, marketing data. What is your market potential? How it will change? What are general trends? And actually, as we see in the latest time, for example, in COVID-19 pandemic, then we have, of course, for example, in Latvia, some legislative requirements for your services or products. And next thing is, of course, you need to see how big is your competitor share, how it's changing and why. And maybe, for example, if you thinking about promoting some solution or developing some solution or service, and you see that it will finish in 1 year, and you see from demographics data, then after 1 year you will have really big gap in your target audience, then maybe it's not worth to do this. So, of course, if we're speaking about services, we need to see special attention to competitors' selling points and why customers should buy for them. And actually, we don't have to forget one thing is important when we are speaking about services is service quality and customer feedback about their service quality. So, but actually, this information we already have more or less provided with the previous tasks. So this thing is done actually. So if we are speaking about marketing plan overall, then it has to include for these elements what are you seeing in this slide. And actually, each element of them is quite important. But for example, if we are speaking about situation analysis, then analysis of competition, product and target audience, then this you have already done in your first task. So Then in this, my presentation, I will just mention it and not going deeper in that. So next thing is marketing strategy. What will includes target audience segmentation, audience targeting, and of course, it's very important. Actually, marketing strategy is called heart of every marketing plan. And next thing is marketing tactics, activities, what you will do to implement in your life, in your company's plan, marketing strategy, how you will implement marketing strategy in activities. So, and it includes actually the price strategy, product or service offer, sales promotion, or product availability, or maybe you know the common word, the 4P, or we can call it marketing mix. Of course, I will not going deeper in every section of this marketing tactics, but we will see only promotion. And next thing is implementation. And as you see, this is the part where you have to implement what you have thought in marketing strategy and marketing tactics. And actually the least, but not, it's the least is finances, but it's also a very important part of marketing plan. And that we will see also a little bit closer. So, and as you see, it's important to not only plan, but also implement. So the next thing is, as I mentioned, then first part, situation analysis, you have done already. So the next thing will be marketing strategy part. And marketing strategy has 3 parts. And first part is segmentation. And what is market segmentation? As you see, as market segmentation creates subsets of market based on some criteria. For example, if we are looking to this picture and we see the bunch of people with different beliefs, different incomes, different geographic location, and so on, but based on some criteria, for example, if we're speaking about geographical location, we could split them in 2 groups. So it's called market segmentation. And next thing, why are we doing this? Why it's needed? Market segmentation allows companies to learn about their customers more. If you know your customer better, you can also target your customer better. You can also get lower costs of your marketing activities if you know where to target them. So it's basic to know your customer best. And actually, if you are done segmentation, you can answer on these questions: who, where, how, and why will you buy your product or use your service? So this is the outcome of the segmentation. And the next thing, little bit more information about what includes segmentation, what criteria we could use. So if we are speaking about companies, there's this definition, firmographics. If we are speaking about people, there is demographics. It's same, but just for firmographics, it's a little bit different. And if we are speaking about companies, then as you see there, we define them by size, by employee, by turnover, by employee count, and actually, of course, also in which industries they work, or companies, which represents which industry the company represents. Of course, next thing is geographic. Actually, usually these 2 first criteria could use together. Some companies use only 1 criteria to define their segments, but as you see there in geographic, country, region, city, postal code, it's actually very very good, very easy understanding criteria, and actually this information for these criteria are very easy to get. So, and here I marked a little bit more criteria who are more advanced. Why are they advanced? Because they are more time consuming and more money requesting things that after that, what you can done this criteria to get know your customer better. Because as you see, for example, if you want to get your customer better, you need to take some surveys or you do some, and of course it will cost some money, but in a result of that, you get know your target customer better and you can target your marketing activities better, but it's more advanced and more time consuming. And as you see, there is this, for example, if we are speaking about companies, their usage rate, how many times, for example, for quarter they are using your services, benefit types, what are they receiving, and the next thing is why is psychographic criteria, and then it could be, for example, if they're aligned with your mission. For example, your product is green product with zero CO2 emissions, so they also have this in mind as psychographic. They align with your values, and they also think, hey, I'm also good with this and I will buy this product. So how then works segmentation in life? Here I placed actually few logos to better understand how then we will make this segmentation. And as you see, then maybe you know these enterprises or companies or not, but they are all production companies. Printful is producing some T-shirts and so on. Cast Print is individual producing this medical equipment, and Tesla, as you know, is producing electric cars and other stuff. So, and this is actually our first criteria. From all companies, we choose producing company. And the next thing, how can we make this segmentation even better, is we understand that our company will give our services only in some region, for example, Latvia. And then next thing is, okay, then we have left only two companies, Printful and Cast Print. So, and that's our result of segmentation. But we can go further. So from these two companies, if we imagine that we have service, what, for example, we could offer for companies over 1,000 workers or 1,000 or below 1,000, then we could choose, for example, Printful, who has over 1,000 workers, and our service or product would be relevant for them, more relevant for them. Or we could make two services, or we can offer two services, of course, if we can. And we have two, for example, also for Cast Print product or service, who has only 10 workers. So, and this is how we can make segmentation. The next thing is when we made segmentation, we could more target audience made more precise. And the next thing is, as you see in this screen, you have 4 segments. And the question is, for example, from which segments you need to market your product. And as you see, for example, in this case, I marked down this one. It's maybe better for criteria location, for example. It's maybe even a few criteria results. For example, it's location, it's demographic, or if we're speaking about the company, the firmographic criteria. But I see in this the most economical potential. So first of all, if we are speaking about small budgets, I will target this one, this customer, because it has the most, this customer is the best for me because it's relevant for my criteria, what comes from my service or product. And of course, see the biggest economical potential here. So, sorry, one moment, then it's a wrong presentation, yes. Okay, let's move on. I will resend you the right presentation so you understand, but this slide tells you in Latvian that market positioning is we can done only after that when is defined and segmented our target audience. And next thing is that if we are speaking about market positioning, then the need for the product or the product benefits is that what comes in mind for the customer when we are speaking about our products. And if we are doing this positioning really good, then it ensures our loyalty to customers because they see value in our product or services. And if we are speaking about the positioning, the next slide will visually describe best what is meant with that. If you see then in this horizontally axis or vertical axis, you have this high quality product, expensive product, low quality product, low priced. But what is the problem? You see there is a gap in the market, and you could, for example, your product is here, and you see the gap before start over high quality and expensive products. You see their market potential, their segment, what would need this product, and you could think, how can I change my product to get in that part of the market? So, and that gives you the value and the benefits what you need to add to your product to get there. And if you are using these values and for the product and service, these values and you could add or unique selling propositions you could add also in your marketing activities, slogans, sales messages, banners, and so on. You need to use them to convince people that you are unique in market in this situation. So, and the next thing is we are going to marketing tactics. And the first thing is what we are going a little bit deeper is promotion and or marketing activities. And this thing is actually this part of presentation needs to answer these 4 questions what are described here. What you will place as your slogan and message, what you will place in your banners, or what you will tell in your customer when you will reach them, for example, in some festivity or something like that, and how, in what format you will send the message, where, in which channels will you distribute this message, what you are decide before in first steps, and where, in which channels will you distribute, and how, with what frequency. I mean, for example, for example, you have this, for example, some magazine, and how many times you will place this ad in the next quarter. That would mean the frequency. And for promotion, if we are speaking about the ideas and so on, then be creative, because such ideas stands out in the sea of the advertising. And next thing, what is important part of the whole marketing planning and marketing plans is budget and forecast. And as you see, that the right amount of resources to make most impact. What does it mean? For example, we have 10,000 marketing budget for one activities. But if we see that with that activity, we will acquire only, I don't know, 200 euros in sales, this is not the right amount of resources to make most impact. There may be some problem with the target audience or the channel, because maybe we are not using our defined target audience channels, but this is costing us very much and not bringing sales. So this bullet points tells that we need to think where we can meet our customer, in what media, and what amount of money would be reasonable, and how many sales we can get out of that. And next important thing when you are speaking about budget and forecasting is KPIs, or how you will measure success of marketing communication. For example, one company would agree with the 10 agreements of our services is very good success. Other company would agree that I will not stop until it will be 100. So you need to decide when you will have success and how you will measure it. And next thing is of course forecasting, but that you can do taking account market deep, market your target audience, our potential, and if you see a potential that there would be 200 companies what would use your service or product, and to reach them all 200, for example, with direct email would cost for us 5,000, then you understand that this is the budget to achieve forecast. But of course, you understand that you will not receive all 200 as a return. You have to think, hey, maybe it would be some 50. So, and the last thing is ROMI, or return of marketing investment. What I mentioned actually before, this is that what we receive from our marketing investments. And as I mentioned, for example, this 10,000, but if we investing, usually it needs to be like this. Returns of marketing investment should be at least the same what we spent, and additionally it needs to ensure that company some revenue to ensure the company's future and development. And actually this we can so actually that's all from my side. If you have any questions, please feel free to write in the chat. But so it's the last presentation is ending, and I wish you good luck in your task and good luck in the overall on this competition. And so I hope you enjoy it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vari, for your insight. I am now sure that the participants are fully ready to complete the fourth task and also to complete the additional task, teams. you are given 2 hours to complete tasks related to marketing activities. But before you go, I will also explain the rules of the final task presentation. As a final task, you must create a presentation that summarizes all the previous tasks. This will be a presentation that you will show your solution to today's case study. So do it as best as you can. Imagine that you, as a new company, should now go to Swedbank and present your idea. Introduce the company you have created. Tell what ideas you have and which ideas you think are the best. Also justify why the ideas are the best. Discover how they could be implementing, and of course, also tell us about the marketing vision, because who else will know better what is important for the new company if not the company itself? You will have 13 hours after finishing the 4th task until the next morning till 10 a.m. to complete the final presentation. And then everything will be in our hands when we start evaluating your final works and determine which teams will advance to the second and final round of the contest. At this point, we'll end the live stream and let you work hard, but that doesn't mean that the first round is over. We are still available on our Facebook page, and we'll try to answer your questions as much as we can. You can write us until 10 p.m. according to Latvian time. Also, if you haven't already managed to take part in any of today's contests to win prizes, you still have the opportunity to do so until tomorrow's 8 a.m. In closing, I would like to thank all our partners who have made Business 24 hours take place this year. Firstly, many thanks to our great partner today and the case study company, Swedbank, for a truly unique and open collaboration. Secondly, I would like to thank to the BA School of Business and Finance, which has been trusting its students in organizing such large contests for 14 years and is supporting it in every possible way. Thirdly, I would like to thank to all our partners who have not been in the spotlight today, but are participating in the further development of the contest, Nordic Training and Latvian Investment and Development Agency. Thank you also participants that you are patient, ask questions, and are interested in our contest Business 24 hours. But now it's time for us to continue evaluating your tasks and for you to go and get the 4th and also the 5th and final task. I wish you a successful evening and good luck in completing the tasks so that on February 17th, when we announce who will advance to the second round of the competition, your team will be on this list. Goodbye, and do not forget, you have 2 hours to finish the task related to marketing activities, and only then start your final presentation that must be sent in by 10 in the morning. Good luck, everyone, and goodbye.